Forgive me, I need a couple minutes, Avalon. We will be live in a couple minutes. I believe, give me 2 minutes and we should be good. Well, alright. Good morning, Avalon. Of course, we are running late. I had to get... Hold on. Excuse me. Sorry, I had to stretch. We had to get a couple of things done, but since we are running late, I am going to make this pretty quick. Let's just get right into it. Okay. So, last stream was our longest stream, 9 hours, and here, actually, I completely forgot. My bad. We should put some music on at least. Okay. Okay, here we go. So just getting right into it, characters. I'm gonna be honest, it was a long day and a half since our 9-hour stream and or video. I feel I'm not gonna remember much, but at the same time, I think part of the reason why that is because nothing significant really happened except for MASH disappearing. Of course, we're getting into spoilers because, well, I don't know why you haven't watched my previous videos if you haven't, but yeah, let's just try and get into it. Try and dig into my mind and remember what happened. So of course, looking at our characters, I'll probably relive or re-uncover what's happened. Chaldea. Same as usual. We haven't made any contact whatsoever. It'd be really nice to get Sherlock Holmes' take on everything, because to be honest, I feel pretty comfortable when it comes to Sherlock Holmes and him figuring everything out. Tristan, same thing. He's still dead. Mash, let's see. Separated from us, currently in Sheffield. Memory loss, Chokrin and her shield. Mash. 3 goblins change of heart, is now just a part of Sheffield. A wolf watching from afar at all times, maybe every now and then. Power up, comparable to a Tamlin. Evidence in-game and Brad Art saying so himself. There's a lot to change with Mash. Mash is with us, but she disappeared at the same time. We left off with a cliffhanger. If you haven't seen, of course, check out my video. This is the last time I'm going to mention the previous live stream and or video. So there's going to be a lot that we can get rid of. Let's just go one by one. Separated from us. We can get rid of that. She's technically with us, but then again, she disappeared. She got hit with Morgan's, was it? It was mirror something. Her mirror water. Here. Got hit. Here. Forgive me. Rejoined our party. Then was hit by Morgan's mirror water. Something like that. I know it started with mirror, but I don't know if the second part was water. Oops, double that. Currently in Sheffield, we can get rid of this. Sheffield is just destroyed. Well, it's still... Well, that's the contradiction. Apparently Sheffield was completely wiped away, but it's still there. It's just destroyed and uninhabited. Memory loss. We don't have to worry about this anymore. She got her memories back. We could put memory regained after something happened. What happened? How did she regain her memories? I just remember we're in Norwich. That new Moors monster, that giant like antler. It had like antlers. It was just a giant looming like I don't know how you describe it. Just like a looming specter in the water, just looming over Norwich with what seems to be like antlers, and then there's like red sparkles. When we got to that scenario and we fought it with Mash, how did she regain her memories? Is it because of us, or was it something else specifically? If I'm being honest, and I hate myself for this, I'm not remembering exactly how she regained her memories. If I remember correctly, I think we used a command spell. I think we went down to the bridge at where she was at, the docks, and we commanded her to, she was having doubt that she could protect Norwich from that monster, and we ended up using, I think, all of our command seals, or maybe one, to, basically encourage her, like, oh, well, you know. And I think through that, she regained her memories, and then we obviously fended off the town and defeated that monster. I forgot what the monster's name was. It didn't have a name, but, like, when you fought it, it had, like, here, 1 second. I think my mic is a little too close. When we fought it, sorry, I'm staring at my mic. Here, I'm gonna test it really quick, just very quick. Okay, this should be better. I saw it spiking in the red. Sorry if I'm a little too loud. It should be better now. So when we... Where was I? I already forgot. We were fighting the monster, Mash regained our memories, we ended up fending off the monster. What I was saying was the monster's name. It doesn't have a name, but when we fought it, it did have a name. It was the Hand of something that I'm not recalling the last part. So, but I do know for a fact that whatever the last name part was, we don't know what that means. Like we don't know if it's connected to something or whatever. It was just the Hand of something, so something of a greater being. So here, let's write this down. Memory regained after using command spell and fight. And I said this last stream. I would not forget, and of course I haven't forgotten. We didn't write down barrel gut. And my mic is spiking in the red again. I don't know why it's doing this. I literally haven't moved it. 1 second, one test. Should be better, I think. I believe. 1 second. Okay, this should be better. It should be, I believe. Another test. 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Alright, we tested it. It's doing fine. My voice is fine. Although the mic is terrible and makes my voice sound whiny, we're gonna have to deal with it. And that is one quick thing I will add in. We do have the mic coming in. So I believe, if not this Friday, Saturday, we will finally have a working mic that's clean cut audio. And I won't have to worry about the stupid mic that I'm currently using. The headset is very good. It's just the mic quality is terrible, as you can tell. Where I left off, we didn't know what the monster's name was. It was the Hand of something. And then I was getting into, from last stream, I forgot to write it down, but this, of course, this stream, we'll write it down. Barrel gut, we ended up finding out. Or not finding out, but we finally encountered him. And Mash finally did too. So, memory regained after using command spells. Spells. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, here we go. Command spell and fight. And command spell in Norwich during fight. Okay. 3 goblins. I'm just gonna leave it at this. They are they are all dead. Spoilers, one of them gets tortured to death off screen, I would assume by Barrel Gut himself, because he, well, I mean, if you watch it, he makes it pretty abundantly clear. The other 2 end up saving the day by basically like closing the gates on our way out to seal everyone in to buy time, and we can assume that they're no longer here. The wolf. The wolf, we finally found out who it was. It was Cuchulain Caster. And I believe, we could be wrong, but I believe that it is the Cuchulain Caster from the very first Singularity, which is Fuyuki. For those of you that don't know, this is from the literal start of the game. When you very first start the game, there's a Singularity called Fuyuki, and he's the first servant that I believe you encounter, unless you don't count Mash as a servant. And he pretty much helped us out, and he was pretty cool about it. So the wolf, we could just get rid of and make Kuchulain as a character. As far as what he's done, I mean, we'll get into it, but then again, he hasn't really done anything to write down notes of. So, power up, comparable to a Tamlin, evidence in game and Bradar himself mentioning it. We can leave it here just to keep it as like info. One thing I will add, Galahad seems to be back. So what I mean by this is Mash herself, when she had her memories lost, she herself called herself during the fight with one of the Tamlin. Who was she fighting? She was fighting Lancelot. Of course, that's another character we can get into, but then again, we still don't know much about her, except for her being the strongest of the three Tamlin, Gawain, and Tristan. She was, I wouldn't say easily, she pretty much fended off Lancelot, and I believe Lancelot complimented her for it, and was surprised at the same time. Because there was a point where she was kind of down and about, and Lancelot was just ready to basically have the upper hand and clear everything out. And Mash, upon hearing that Bradar is being, I don't know what was exactly said, he was in trouble or something like that, she immediately got up and took off. And Lancelot was surprised because she still could, like, she could still keep going even though she seemed like she was out for the count. Like she still had mana. So what I was getting at was, during the fight with Lancelot, she mentions herself as being, I think, Tamlin Galahad, instead of just calling herself Mash. And that's really interesting, because it seems like Galahad is back. Because if you know Mash, and you know that my mic quality is spiking again for some odd reason, I don't know why, I'm starting to get pissed off. Should be better now. It keeps spiking in the red for some reason. I'm actually getting angry. I don't know why. I keep turning it down more and more. But, anyways. It seems like Galahad is back. And if you know the history of FGO, Galahad kind of took off. And Mash was basically no longer a servant. And she had to use her Ortonax as basically like power armor in a way, because she was no longer a servant in a way, somewhat a demi-servant, I guess. So Galahad seems to be back, but we haven't gotten full evidence of himself being back. We've only heard Mash herself say like, oh, she's Galahad, and that was that one time during when she didn't have her memories. So we'll leave it with a question mark. Rejoined our, oh, I should have continued this. Rejoined our party, then was hit by Morgan's mirror water. Seemingly dead, but probably not. Mirror water and disappears. Okay, there we go. Much better. Memory regained after using command spell in Norwich during fight. Power up, comparable to Tamlin. Galahad seems to be back, and that's pretty much it. Da Vinci, nothing much really. We can honestly just skip over this. Da Vinci, there's nothing really new. I've said this last time. I mean, we know Da Vinci, nothing's really changed. Altria Caster, Merlin Tower Magecraft, basic information, self-doubt, but brave when needed. Norwich was interesting because she was having a tough time and was having self-doubt, like a lot, to the point where she actually didn't really help us. It was just mainly me and Mash just taking on the monster, the right, or the, I was gonna say the right hand, the hand of whatever, the hand of monster, with Senji Muramasa, and I believe Da Vinci was helping on the sidelines too. And it was played off as alternate caster wasn't helping. And furthermore, to provide evidence to this, we actually got to talk with Spriggan, and of course we'll get more into his character, but he basically offers us a chance to ring the bell of his, did we ever come up with a name? The clock tower bell, I guess we could call it. A part of the prophecy where you have to ring 6 bells, and then you continue the prophecy, I guess you could say. And she ended up choosing not to because she herself said she didn't help, and she was kind of, not in her words, but somewhat similar, a coward in a way. She was having self-doubt, she couldn't do it. She wasn't confident. So we ended up not ringing the bell, so self-doubt, but brave when needed. We could add on to this. Oops, wrong one, sorry. Struggled. No. Could not face nor witch's monster. Chose not to ring bell. That should be good enough. She feels she needs to do something more in order to ring a bell, or any bell in general. Excuse me, keep burping. 6 clock tower bells need to be rung according to prophecy. We can keep that, just basic information. Each town has a bell, it's a total of 6. We can get rid of that. The first one is evidence enough. Find out she is the prophecy child in Salisbury Town. We can get rid of. Kind of pointless. She is fated to dethrone High Queen Morgan. I mean, I guess we could keep it, except make that a capital. What else? Is there anything else? Honestly, I want to get through this quick. I don't believe there was anything else. This is pretty much just basic stuff. The Moors, hostile. When a Fae reaches their life's limit, they turn into mindless enemy. They that are touched by Moors become Moors, aka virus. New boss. Moors. Question mark. Hand of... We'll put underscore. Hand of something. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, every 100 years, Moors or clan. Yeah, we can keep that. Just keep it as basic stuff. Oberon, King of Faes. There's a lot of stuff I remember. It's just, am I remembering it from past streams or from the recent stream? And of course, it's nice to have this because then, well, I can relive what we've done and what we haven't done and what I haven't put down. Created by Shakespeare, he was a part of the story. We can keep that. Married to Titania, yes. In book, key plot / plans things. Yeah, we can stay with this. Apparently he is summoned to help us, aka heroic spirit. Sus. We can keep sus. Owes a lot of favors to everyone. I'm wondering if we can expand upon this. Seems to be well known everywhere. Pretty. Gosh, I'm trying to remember. This seems to be well known everywhere. I'm trying to remember this correctly. I don't believe Spriggan knew who he was. I don't think he actually knows who Oberon was. Because every other person we've met, Mirian and Aurora, they know Oberon off the bat, but Spriggan, I don't believe knows who he is, so that kind of goes against the seems to be well known everywhere. But then again, I could be misremembering. Maybe he does know Oberon. I forgot. we could keep it and kind of expand on it. Spriggan. It's not how you spell it. Spriggan doesn't know? Question mark? Because I don't know. Ray shifted, woke up, lying in a pile of dead leaves around him. Okay, we can expand on this. Not this specifically, but just more about him. Merlin, mentor of Ultra Caster in a way. He has a pet named Blanca. Cute. One thing. Actually, no. Two things. Not in the total of 9 hours, Oberon wasn't really expanded upon, or nothing of note came, because, well, I mean, I'm thinking, you know that phrase, I'm thinking, that I do. And that didn't happen at all during, last stream, except for, I believe, one time I did it. Two things. One is, we'll get into the first one. And I'm wondering if you know this, and or know what I'm about to get into. "100 years. 100 years. This has been brought up multiple times. Very strangely has been brought up multiple times when it comes to Oberon. 100 years specifically, with different things happening in that 100 years. Different topics. 100 years. Now, I'm gonna be honest, and this is gonna be kind of a bummer. I don't remember specifically what was talked about. I just remember that 100 years kept getting brought up at different points, and they all had to do with either Oberon talking about it or Oberon himself. And the reason why I'm so fixated on this is because back when I said Miriam believes that Oberon has been around for 2 months, but we got evidence that he's been around, or not evidence, unclear evidence that he's been around for 100 years. We've had those two. We did our 9-hour stream, and during that time, I can recall 100 years being brought up again, and it has to do with Oberon. And do you see where I'm going with this? Like, I'm not entirely sure. Something's going on. Something doesn't seem right. Like, I don't want to say we're being lied to, but there's something happening. So, like, details are starting to slip in, and that's through Oberon and through other things, people, and or events. And my question with this is, none of this confirms anything. The only thing that I'm wondering is what happened 100 years ago. Exactly 100 years ago. Because in the game that we are currently in, Lostbelt 6, Avalon Lethe, it is the year 2019. So my question is, what happened during the year 1919? Right? It would be 1919, right? Forgive me. I believe it's 1919. Yeah, 1919. The year 1919. What happened on the year 1919? And upon saying this, it's triggering other memories that I'm starting to remember, and that's a good thing, because I'm starting to remember more from that stream and what's happened. That we can put more details into Oberon and or Morgan herself. And we finally have a tiny bit of detail for Morgan. So 100 years keeps getting brought up. Why? Let's put a big emphasis on that. Why? what happened in 1919? I believe it should be 1919, and or maybe a year under that, like 1918 or something like that. Because just 100 years keeps getting brought up, and Miriam said he's only been around for 2 months. It's like something doesn't seem right. To further expand upon this, and something that I remembered, see, now I'm reading this. Uses Blanca as a surveillance spy cam. That's another thing that I'm just now remembering. During that time when we thought that, oh, we heard a scuttle noise, like a bug, as if Blanca was in the room that Miriam and Koyanskaya was in, as if it was spying or listening in. We have played over, I'd say, from that stream, a good 2 hours plus the 9 hours that we've played. And we have gotten zero, I guess, information from Oberon himself saying that Miriam, or anything having to do with Miriam or Koyanskaya, having that conversation about not fully supporting Ultra Caster. So that makes me think either Oberon is holding on to this information, or whatever that scuttle noise was doesn't have anything to do with Oberon or Blanca, his pet moth. And it might be something else, hinting at something else. So the uses Blanca as surveillance spy cam. Just so that we remember that, we'll put 3 question marks, just so that when we go into it, if new information comes, we can look at that and it'll re-trigger our memory, just in case if we forget. 100 years keeps getting brought up. Why? What happened in 1919? Uses Blanca as surveillance spy cam. Already gone through that. Sees right through Koyan, throws shade at her by completely just shutting her down, hating her guts, thinking that everything she says is filled with malice and just disgust. The other thing to two last things to expand upon, and I know I said I need to hurry this up, but like always, I'm probably gonna take like an hour explaining all this stuff. But bear with me. I hope you find this interesting, because I do. I love reliving this, re-triggering memories, and just rethinking everything. Two more things that got brought up with Oberon. We finally visited his quote-unquote town, or his land, or area. And we can most likely assume that this is where he was born. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Not where he was born, but when he ray-shifted there. And I believe, very quickly, I guess we could change the music. Let's go here. Autumn Forest is what it was called. We finally go to... Sorry, I'm just thinking for a second. This, where I'm pointing at. Okay, let's think about this for a second. So, Autumn Forest. We finally go to the place where he's at. Now, when we're there, some pretty big information we find out is that there are bugs and tiny little fairies. Like, when I say tiny little fairies, I mean like Tinkerbell type of fairies. And if you don't know who Tinkerbell is, if I remember correctly, I think it's from Peter Pan, right? Those kinds of fairies. Although the bugs and the fairies do not speak English. They speak in some language that only Oberon understands and Ultra Caster can somewhat understand. So, finally visit his town/land, or where he shifted. Full of we'll put fairies like this instead of fays. Full of fairies/insects. And they seem to be friendly. The other thing to expand upon, which I was just pointing out, he said he ray-shifted with a dead pile of leaves. And if you look here, I zoom in, this almost looks like dead trees. You see? Well, I mean, I'm sure you can see it, but maybe he ray-shifted over here. And if I'm being entirely honest, this is kind of a weird lead to go on, but I believe this is where he ray-shifted, because he did say that he, well, I guess he did say he woke up with a pile of dead leaves, and this is what looks to be like dead trees. And I don't think there's any other dead trees anywhere else. Just to one thing we really quickly can do, I completely forgot about this. Notes. The War of Summer. High Queen. Okay. Era of the High Queen. 1900s. When I was... Sorry, I don't mean to hop topics, or subjects. 1919, the year 1919, 100 years ago, that we were so focused on. I think this right here is what we need to find out. And I think when we find out what this is, I think things will start to come together. Or at least I hope so. Because I don't see any other year that's, you know, close to this. Unless Fae Era 1 means something. I believe it's during the Era of High Queen. Era of the High Queen, first year, we're going to establish the current order of Fairy Britain. 800 years in, the Fang Clan massacres the Wing Clan. The Wing Clan is annihilated. Miriam is its sole survivor. 2001, Nine Soul, chief of the Mirror Clan, makes her prophecy a savior who will save Britain has been born. A true king who will defeat the false king shall appear, who is Ultracaster. Chaldea arrives in Fairy Britain. Okay. Wrong one. Where was I? Well, fairies/insects. So I thought that was a little... Well, I mean, I guess not strange, but just some side note. Another thing to go in, I think one final thing. He oh no, actually, oh, I'm so sorry. There's a second thing that we need to go into. That's a small detail, and it'll be really quick. So, the first one. He predetermined that Norwich would fall. According to prophecy. So he predetermined that Norwich would fall according to prophecy, and he did not tell us this. This was this, I believe, was right when we entered Norwich. This was kind of like a he was talking to himself moment, without anyone in the room, and he was talking about according to prophecy that Norwich will fall according to prophecy. But if you've been following along, that did not happen. We did end up taking down the right hand of whatever, the Moors monster. And we actually got to bargain with Spriggan a little bit. But we'll get more into that. So he predetermined that Norwich would fall according to prophecy. Just something a little to go on. And I don't believe he wanted to tell us because he himself said he didn't want to get everyone's hope down, basically. The last thing. His wish. if I'm being honest, this part is the hard part. I don't remember how it got brought up, but he went on like a, I believe we were having like a one-on-one talk, Julius to Oberon, one-on-one talk. And we were kind of laying out our feelings and whatnot, and he talked about something that he really wanted, or that was his wish, and that was for his wife to, I believe, see his wife and or see her materialize, like, in the real life. Because I think he said, according to him, during the story, there was nothing about her. She's just fiction. Straight fiction. There's barely any mention of her feelings, what she looks like, anything. She's just mentioned as Titania's, or I mean, Oberon's wife, Titania. There is no physical demonstration of what she could look like or anything. It's just mentioned, oh, I believe she thinks about this and that, but it doesn't express any feelings or anything. And I believe his wish is he wants to see her, like, fully realized as a person. Whether that's in person or I believe just in general, for him to know. And I think he said it was kind of a selfish wish or something like that. And he told us not to laugh. Of course, we laughed hysterically. But no, seriously. So, wishes that he could see Titania. We'll put fully realized. Let's put it in cap. Oh, and my mistake, I'm an hour late. If you're watching this live stream or this video, today is, of course, the 4th of July, and happy 4th of July. Moving along. Wishes that I could see Titania fully realized. Oh, and also, if you're pulling for the Foxy Lady, I'm not going to say her name. If you know, you know. If you're pulling for the Foxy Lady, good luck. And of course, good luck to me on Thursday, because I sure hope we pull her. pt.4, that is. Moving along, wishes that you could see Titania fully realized. And I put it that way just so we're not like so focused on alive, but more or less just knowing her. Anything else? That's it? Okay. We really need to get a move on. Aurora, we know nothing. Let's just skip it. We know nothing. High Queen Morgan lived for 2,000 years. Oops. I completely forgot there's an entire thing underneath here. Nope. Fated to be dethroned by Altria, yep. Under her rule, you must give taxes, life force, just simple details. Evergirl Fae... whatever. Excuse me. Doesn't seem all too concerned about capturing Altria. Must capture alive. That's fine. One final detail, only detail, that's something that really kind of ropes back to Oberon and his forest. And this is something that is really interesting, because we don't know anywhere else that has to do with insects, or anything having to do with insects. And the only person that we know that controls an area and or possibly race shifted in an area with dead leaves, a pile of dead leaves with insects, can communicate with insects. And you're probably wondering what I'm getting at with this. And that's... Now, you're gonna have to forgive me. I do not remember exactly if it was a war, but it did have something to do with insects. First time she felt pain and screamed in agony, having real emotions during what was, in other words, the insect war. And that's it. That's all we know. How this got brought up, I'm being honest, I believe it was maybe Pepperoncino, who's another character who, if you don't know, is one of the cryptors and who is our enemy, but he is friendly in all senses. I believe he was the one that brought it up as a story, because he's been around that Lost Belt for a little bit. Well, yeah, he's been around. Sorry, I was thinking like 20 years, but that'd be insane if that was true. No, he's been around the Lost Belt and learned a couple of things. But the first time she felt pain and screamed in agony, having real emotions, unlike that still face that we see that she has, during the insect war. Now, Oberon owns land with insects. He was possibly born, not born, ray-shifted, and or I guess you could say born in that land. There's some other information that I didn't get into, and I don't believe we can really write it down on anyone specifically, but we find out that Fae aren't born. And people in general, humans and Fae, aren't born. They are created. But not only are they created, something having to do with if they are strong enough, or their will is so strong or powerful, if they pass on, and, well, how should I say this? If they move on, their next generation, and by their next generation, you could say, in a way, their son or daughter, they, if their power or will is so strong, their essence is so strong, they technically, in a way, can be reborn upon the next generation. But if your will and or essence is weak enough, it will just be another Fae being created, someone new with maybe some similar genes. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I believe Oberon himself, either Oberon or Pepperoncino himself has said this. What I'm getting at is see, everything's starting to stack, and it's becoming more and more apparent that there's something going on with Oberon that I feel like he isn't lying, it's just he isn't saying anything. We still have not seen him fight. And I know he himself has mentioned he's not a fighter, but even then, like, he's a heroic spirit. He should have something. To be honest, if I was in that moment, like, if I was in there right at that moment, I'd probably have a conversation with Senji Muramasa, and I would probably tell him, at some point in time, I want you to try to kill Oberon with intention. Like actual malicious intention. Don't actually do it, but give off, well, I shouldn't say vibe, but like, give off like that air like, oh, he's gonna strike me down. Like, you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, do that. And see how Oberon reacts. If he reacts like, oh my god, or something. Like, do it alone. And kind of relay the message, or try to. See if you can get something out of him. Like he's hiding something. Like maybe he has combat prowess or something. Of course, I'm kind of going on a rant that will obviously probably not happen and whatnot. But my point is, there's something going on with Oberon, and something isn't being said. He owns land that has to do with insects. There was a war that had to do with insects that actually pushed Morgan to a limit where she showed real emotion. And they said, whoever it was, Peperoncino, I believe, said it, and we're gonna take it as a truth, she screamed what is presumed in agony. And, I mean, if Morgan is as powerful as she is, that's pretty big if she screamed. Sorry, I was forgetting what I was getting at. So, he has to do with the insects, and we were talking about him that I haven't said yet. Him, what if he never race shifted? What if the 100 years that he's been there, there's a possibility, there is a possibility that Miriam wasn't lying when she said he's only been here for 2 months. Let's say that's true. But let's say he was born 100 years ago. But you're probably thinking, how is that possible? When Miriam said he's only been here for, what, 2 months? You're probably thinking, how's that possible? What if he was born in 2 months? But that contradicts him being born 100 years ago. But if you remember, if someone's will, power, or essence, one of those three, I could be wrong, maybe it's worded differently, is strong enough that when they go into their offspring, they will just basically be created again. What if Oberon went through that possibility, that creation? He woke up in a pile of dead leaves. That I don't know, something seems sus. There is imposter vibes. He could have been born 100 years ago, died at that 2-month mark. Or maybe he didn't die, maybe something else happened, maybe he was created again, but died at that 2-month mark and was created again, thus going into Miriam, knowing that he's been here for 2 months. And Oberon is holding on to something. He's been here 100 years, and he's been lying out of his teeth. How he knows all this information, how he knows these wars, how Morgan goes about, the Fae, just everything. Because it seems weird as a heroic spirit that he would have so much knowledge, have command of an area, interact with insects. Because remember, he was from Shakespeare's book, and I believe there's nothing having to do mentioning talking to insects. This is all just starting to point fingers at Oberon. But it's hard because we don't have hard-cut evidence. He hasn't murdered anyone yet. You know? Like, there's no knife. There's only things leading to something that could happen. It's like, I was gonna use an example. It's like someone getting angrier and angrier and they're about to blow their top and you see stuff leading to that. Like, let's say you get in a car crash, and then let's say you lose your house, and then let's say you're fired from your job. It's just things stacking up, and you know it's gonna cause just an outburst from that person that's having all these off, you know, like, I'm just using an example. And I know I'm wasting time on this, but my main point is, like, if I were Julius, which I am. If I were Julius in this story, what would I do? Because he hasn't done anything wrong yet. Or at least we don't believe he has. Just all the fingers are being pointed at him. Something's going to happen. He isn't saying anything. I want Senji Muramasa to try and kill him. Like, unintentionally. But you get what I mean. We need to get something out of him. Because something's building. There's information we need to know. And I believe we are going to get that information when we continue with the story and talk with Morgan as the thumbnail that you see. Because we are going to see Morgan. She is requesting our audience. Sorry on my rant. Just my main point, which I've said the second time, something's going on. Oberon isn't saying anything. Something is gonna happen, I feel like. Something very... I don't know if it's bad, but something's gonna happen. There's something building up. Something not being said. I want answers, damn it. And we need to play the game in order to get that answer. And I believe Morgan could probably give us some more information, unless she's just gonna have a poker face during the entire time, which I hope doesn't happen. But anyways, moving on. Vortigern. This person hasn't even been talked about this entire time. Yeah, except for that one time where it was during that story or whatever. So honestly, we could skip this. Spriggan, King of Norwich, about to be destroyed by Moors. It wasn't... King of Norwich, we'll put not destroyed. Even though it is supposed to be, according to prophecy. Sorry, I have to burp and my voice is kind of like... According to prophecy. He seemed reasonable. Like here, we'll put seems reasonable. Not too concerned about Altria. Here, we'll make this quick. I'm sorry, I'll go through this really quick. Not to dethrone Morgan. So, very quickly... Hold on. Oh, yeah. Here. Thank you, Google. Alright. Seems reasonable not to concern about Ultra dethroning Morgan. When we meet him and we talk to him, we're like, hey, we're here to ring your bell or whatever, and what are you gonna do? Ha 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 ha. And he's basically like, okay, sure, ring the bell. You may do so. Dethrone Morgan. Blah, 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 blah. The other thing to get in, corporation kind of guy. He was kind of played off as like, oh, I want Norwich to be destroyed so I can get some land and get some money. He's that's kind of what I'm getting at when it comes to corporation kind of guy. We can get rid of this. This kind of goes in with the corporation. And honestly, we can... Yeah, we could move on. Well, yeah, yeah, let's move on. Woodwoes, Beast, King of Fangs, Prideful. One tiny little detail. Does not care for humans. Kills. Almost beast-like. What I mean by that is, there was a time where he was really angry, and someone that was quote-unquote promoted to a position was really looking forward to serving as like his right-hand man and or bodyguard. And during the time Woodwoes was angry, he entered his office, and Woodwoes just immediately, I'd say like, I don't know, decapitated him on the spot. It wasn't shown, obviously. But one of the Fang right-hand general guys, I would assume, saw it and was like, oh no, he just got promoted and was really looking forward to helping Woodwoes. And Woodwoes just didn't give a F about it, basically. Excuse my French. And yeah. And there was something else that was said that I'm not remembering, but while he does take on the formality of being like a gentleman and whatnot, he is no doubt still a beast inside. He still has his instincts intact, to the point where like he basically doesn't care. The formalities are all for Morgan, and he's been looking forward to being like Morgan's bride kind of thing. But then he's pissed off about the fact that a human, Beryl Gut, is said to be, well, obviously the master of Morgan and potential, I believe it's called bridesmaid or whatever. Miriam, we can honestly just completely skip over. Tamlin Tristan. Sorry, I didn't see this. Takes a liking to Beryl, same characteristics, violent. Next in line for the throne, daughter of Morgan. We can honestly keep this all the same. I'm really trying to move on. Tamlin Gawain. Killed Tristan. Completely destroyed. We can keep that. Killed all of her love partners in bed. Correct. Strong front, but sensitive to feelings. Soon here. Pretty much. We can skip over that. Senji Muramasa. Alter ego. He's being auctioned off. Joins our party. Still under the assumption Limbo is alive, but where? No, we tell him that Limbo was basically screaming and kicking as he was dying. We can just get rid of it altogether, because he knows now. Here to help as long as it has to do with taking down Morgan, the Queen. Let's just keep it as Morgan. Radar, Beast, Lion, King of Sheffield. Rebel, trying to dethrone Morgan. Bradart, the Loveless. We can remove that. Kind of pointless to have it. We'll put that. No. We'll save that for last. Can use Black Barrel, but not at full output. He used it halfway and he actually ended up draining some of his life because after using it, if you look, he obviously did lose body weight and looked pretty skinny. Moving along, we could just put dead. Actually, yeah, we just put dead. We really need to move on. And then lastly, the character I will not forget. Beryl Gut. Underscore. Here we go. There we go. Okay, get rid of the underscore. Beryl Gut. Master, we find out that he's the master to Morgan herself. Master of Morgan. Or actually, no, we shouldn't put that. Servant. Morgan. We could put likes Tristan. You could say like the mayor of, I don't remember what it's called because it's been a good while since we've seen it, and I didn't get to write it down last time because I forgot to put Beryl Gut down last time, but he's the mayor of Slaughter Theater. Something having to do with a theater. It's like a coliseum. Or Slaughter... Yeah, we'll keep it. Mayor of Slaughter Theater. Gladiator type of call. Yeah. Wants MASH. And we don't really know why. We don't know if it's because he wants MASH to kind of toy with us, like, hey, I have MASH, and then torture, or if it's something else, just their history going back that he wants MASH. Thinking, that's pretty much it. Honestly, we really need to get a move on. We're like, we're an hour in. Are we forgetting anyone else? That's the question. Let's see if I can maybe refresh my memory. We haven't talked with Chaldea yet, but seeing that the next waypoint is the opening point, there may be a possibility of talking with Chaldea finally. River of Tears, that's where basically there's all those you could say mermaids, basically telling you that, oh, your wishes can come true if you come into the water. Then you get basically drowned. Norwich, saved it. Central Plains, Salisbury Forest. I guess we could do a quick recap of basically how we ended off. Basically, we saved Norwich. Morgan uses her mirror water or whatever, and completely what seems to be eradicating MASH, and or, well, we would assume that she's not actually dead, but she disappears completely without a trace. And basically Barrel Gut even saying so himself because he ended up seeing that. And I think Tristan was saying something about MASH being presumed dead. But Barrel Gut doesn't think so. And then before ringing the bell, Ultracaster didn't want to ring the bell because she doesn't believe she did anything, which, well, no offense, she actually didn't really do anything. She wasn't brave enough. She was having self-doubt. And so upon doing that was a good thing, because if they did, that would have meant that we are finally in the midst of starting the prophecy itself, and thus doing that starts the war and or gives Morgan the reason to actually hunt her down and stop her. But because she didn't do that, we haven't actually started the prophecy, if you understand what I mean. And what I'm getting at is Spriggan himself, through Morgan sent a letter to Spriggan to give to us, and basically Morgan wants to talk and have us as an audience. And so we end up saying like, oh, it's a trap, and Spriggan says, oh, you don't have to trust me, but I never tell lies. Morgan is pretty civil when it comes to those kinds of things, and she doesn't really have a reason to actually hunt you, especially because you haven't actually started the prophecy of ringing that bell. You haven't, basically started the fight. Ding ding, boxing. And yeah, I'm just thinking, so we ended up going to see Morgan, we're going to see Morgan. I'm starting to lose my voice and lose my breath. We're going to see Morgan, and that's where we left off. And obviously, you're probably thinking, how are you going to say that when the next part is the opening point? Well, this just got here. Okay. We are going to see Morgan, but for some reason, the next waypoint says here. And of course, me as the player, we don't know. I don't know what this means. I'm assuming we're going to recap with Chaldea. One thing I will throw in, and it's not spoilers, but I've gotten word that we will get a Act 2, basically, being brought up in front of us. And when that happens, I believe there's 2 videos. I will be playing 2 videos that we can react to, and that has to do with Act 2. That's basically like a, you could say trailer. I don't know why I'm thinking promotional video. It's not. It's a trailer for Act 2 of ALL Lostbelt No.6 that we will be doing. And last but not least, no, it is not us opening these presents and gathering all this stuff in the small bell of absolution. Just to kick things off, I have not done my GSSR yet, and I think now could be a perfect time. And for those of you wondering, am I rolling for Koyanskaya? I will say it here, but I will say if you go on Twitter, I did mention and give a time for when I will be doing that, and that is on Thursday. And normally we don't stream Thursdays, but I made an exception because I don't want to take up time. I want to have a separate stream for that that's dedicated to rolling. It will be a short stream as long as we make our polls to NP4 Koyanskaya. fingers crossed that I don't end up spending my rent money just trying to get her, but surely you understand I need to pull my fox wife. Oh, gosh. Okay. Let's do one quick stretch and decide who we're rolling. And if I'm being honest, I pretty much have down which GSSR I will be rolling, but I guess we can do a quick recap. So we have Ryogi Shigi Saber, Skathat Skadi, Okita Saber, Nero Claudius, Gilgamesh, and Brynhild. This is a pretty interesting scenario because I'm probably going to trigger a lot of people. I like these servants, but they aren't enough for me to really focus on pulling. Servant-wise, Skathach Skadi is a very good single-target Lancer. Very good. Nero Claudius is a good single-target Saber, although people mainly use her for MP gain when it comes to arts, and surely you know about farming and whatnot. But by herself as an actual servant being used, she's a pretty good servant with her heal and defense buff, the MP gain, and then the damage from being arts single target. Okita is a strong single target Saber, pretty good. Gilgamesh, I mean, it's Gilgamesh, he's always good. MP gain and whatnot. Brynhild is a, in my opinion, very, very, very underrated Buster single target Lancer. I believe people are sleeping on her. I hope to see like a new version of her, and or maybe possibly get her in some other future. It's too hard of a gamble for me to actually try and do this without hitting any of these other people. Next one, I can't go for this. Raiko, if I'm being entirely honest, is okay. I don't know why his name is escaping me. It's Golden Guy. Sakamoto, I think, or something. Sakamoto something. I'm forgetting. Jalter, I am really losing my voice. This is an okay banner. It's just there's a couple of I'm sorry, I'll move on. Muramasa, a lot of people like her. I'm an anti-fan when it comes to that. I'm not the, like, just jump on Murasaki. Or, not Murasaki, Musashi. I'm losing my mind. You know what, we're just gonna get to it. The banner I'm most likely gonna run for is not this one. It's also not this one. Not this one either. We already have Bibi at MP5. I'd probably have a heart attack if we did end up pulling her, although we will get that special summon or whatever it is. Nobunaga Oda. If I roll for this banner, it'll be a big chance, very little chance that I'll get her to MP2, but as far as rolling for her as a servant, she's a very good Avenger. Buster Avenger, especially given that Koyanskaya has come out. And if you don't know, she has to do with Busters, although I haven't reviewed her skills to see exactly how it improves Busters in general. But this is a spoiler, but then again it's not. If you're concerned about servant skills being spoilers, I would say it's not really a spoiler when it comes to strengthening quests and whatnot, but she gets more and more and more strengthening quests, so she gets even more powerful the next time we have some event. I don't know the name, but the next time we have an event, I believe she gets another one, and she just, well, I mean, it just bolsters her numbers. King Protea would be nice to have an MP2, but like I said, we're rolling against these odds, and I'd have a heart attack if we get another BB. As much as I love her, we already have her at MP5. Benny Emma is a wonderful, wonderful single target arts unit to have, and Jian Archer, I don't care. And I'm sorry. Then there's this banner, a very small but scary banner, given how small it is. Because you have a high chance of pulling Arjuna Alter or Kama, or you have a high chance of pulling Reigns or Murasaki. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. Astolfa, I don't care. Space Ishtar and or Astarte is a wonderful, very powerful all-rounder. We have her at level 100 if you haven't seen MP4. Everyone else I'm not going to explain. I'm just losing my voice. This is a, if I'm being entirely honest, if you haven't spent your GSSR, I believe that this is a very, very big gamble, but good banner to pull from. Abe no Seimei and or that's his name, right? God, I'm having a brain fart. I'm losing my voice. Surely you can understand. Surely I can find his name that's not down here. Where is it? Where is he? Ashia Delman. Right. I was called him Abe no Seimei. Ashia Delman. Wonderful alter ego to have, but do keep in mind he is an alter ego, but nonetheless he is very good to have. If you haven't already seen gameplay, I haven't gone her to 3rd Ascension, mainly because I don't want to spoil well, anything having to do with 3rd Ascension. But her MP gain is amazing. Her skills so far, I haven't seen her 3rd skill. Her skills so far is amazing. If you manage to pull Lancelot even one, she is amazing. Cecily and Kiara, her CE is amazing. Her abilities are pretty unique and different. Makes her a great servant. Van Gogh is a supporter for foreigners like Abby and or Yang Gufei and Voyager. She's okay to have if you have a foreigner lineup. Senji Muramasa, do I need to say anything? He's a great saber. He can loop. I mean, you've seen gameplay. Blah, 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 blah. Ruler Himiko. I give every servant a chance. I remember I got into an argument with someone about her being useless, and honestly, she's unique. She needs a buff. She needs some kind of like... If I were to... There's multiple ways you can go about buffing her, and that's like, you can either give her a buff that helps her all around, or just give her a buff that kind of does a one and done, like a one knockout punch kind of buff. When it comes to damage, she can, for a ruler, she can output a pretty enormous damage. It's just the issue and the fall off is that it's only a kind of one turn knockout punch. And that's why I was kind of emphasizing on if you were to buff her, it needs to be something all around that kind of helps overall, or it needs to be something massive like just a one-hit KO. Like if I had to say like, oh, a 200% damage buff against human or divine or something evil, but then again I wouldn't say evil because, well, that's really specific. Abby's okay. I have more to say, but I'm losing my voice. I'll be honest. I'm actually losing my voice. I can't demonstrate each and every character. I still am new to streaming and whatnot, and my voice is just, I'm losing it. I feel like I'm gonna faint. This one I will. I'm not gonna explain. You know what? Let's just roll. This is the one I'm rolling for. Yes, I'm rolling for this one. I'm not gonna explain why I'm rolling for this one. I'm just gonna roll it. One thing I will say, for this GSSR specifically, if you haven't seen, you are guaranteed a 5-star, but not only are you guaranteed a 5-star, you are guaranteed also a 4-star. Which is, well, if you don't know, it's new. So just keep that in mind. As far, and like I said, I'm sure I already said it, As far as what GSSR to roll for, still haven't even gotten a servant. What GSSR to roll for the Senji Muramasa, Ibuki, Himiko, Abigail Foreigner, Van Gogh, and other servants. You know what I'm talking about. I give enough evidence. That's a pretty good all-rounder. In other people's words, I'd say pray that you don't get Himiko. She needs a buff, and I believe she hasn't gotten a single buff yet, even on the JP servers, I think. So just go with that GSSR. Alright, gold. What do we got? Maybe it's a 5-star, maybe it's the 4-star. Archer. Eliasvel von Eisberg. We already have her, I believe she's like MP3 or 4 that we have her at. Ruler, who is it? Amor. We already have Amor, I believe. If I'm mistaken, she's at MP1, and with this she'll be MP2, which is, well, I mean, honestly for AoE servants, any MP is very good. Although when it comes to AoEs, my general rule, if I roll for someone and they're AoE, my policy is to get them to MP4. That's kind of my limit. It used to be MP5, but honestly we can go with MP4. I will just do this and make it quick. Just, well. That's our that's our GSSR pulls. We got more. The wonderful Amor. Chloe. I believe, right? Chloe. Isn't that her name? No, Karen. Sorry, not Chloe. Then Eliasville. I'm losing my voice. Alright. Very quick. Oh, one last thing. Another thing, if you don't know, they will be, for Koyanskaya's banner, which is something new and somewhat interesting, you get a one-time summon per day. The one thing, my only gripe with it though, is that you do have to pay 1 Saint Quart. Yes, it's only 1 Saint Quart, but still it would have been nice to have a free once per time pull. And yeah, let's just do it. Normally when you go with 1 times it's 3 Saint Quarts, but seeing as it's not a serving, we will just skip this and move on. That's our that's our GSSR pulls. We really need to get to the story. I'm losing my voice, and I could use a good break at just reading and not using my voice. I'm just thinking, is there anything else we could talk about stream? Oh, I'm sorry if you have to deal with me in agony. I can only imagine what the Koyanskaya stream is going to be like. I hope to God I'm not in agony. Or in any more agony as I am now. But let's get started. We're finally starting the story. Or not starting the story. Continuing the story. So if I had to assume, this is, I believe, going to be a recap of what's been going on with Chaldea while we've been gone. Or maybe this is kind of us reporting back in some way, but we'll find out. Without further ado, I am not going to talk for a while. I need my voice. We're just going to read. And I'll give some input here and there, but whatever. Sorry, let me reread this. This is my last input. Typhone. One little input I could put in. Typhone. I could be wrong. This is me just predicting and throwing out a guess. I think Typhone is her electronic bird that you see on her shoulder. I could be wrong. But to add on to that, it seems like This isn't a recap of, oh, what's been going on. This is more or less us just sending out messages current time. Director. Ooh. Okay, we're reporting what's been going on. I'd really like to hear what Holmes has to say. I really wish... As much as I like to play detective, I really wish Holmes was with us. I want him to... God, I'm sorry. I have to say it. I wish Holmes was with us instead of Da Vinci. I believe if Holmes was with us, he would catch on like I am when it comes to Oberon. Something's not right with Oberon. He's not telling us something. And I know Holmes can do this better than I can. As cool as a detective as I am, I'm a king at heart. I need servants, and that servant is Holmes. I need him to do this work for me. I can't keep this up any longer. I need more evidence and answers. I believe he can piece it together better than I can. Oh, that's my last input. I'm sorry. God, I can hear my voice just bleh, like losing its luster. Even though this mic is probably making it sound even worse. God, I'm so sorry. One final tidbit. Something we didn't talk about because the Ordinax isn't a character that we can talk about. It's its own thing. The Black Barrel. From the last time we heard and or seen of the Black Barrel was in Sheffield before it got wiped out and Radart died and MASH left. Barrel himself was looking for the Black Barrel, but he himself said, "Where is the Black Barrel?" It disappeared. And we know that MASH does not have the Black Barrel. So as far as Ordinax itself and or the Black Barrel, we don't know where it's at. And Barrel Gut doesn't know where it's at. So someone or something has it. And or maybe it's hiding it. But it'd be weird if it was hiding. Tristan, who died like a gay Chad, sadly took Gawain. Yep. God, I wish Holmes was with us. I'm sorry, Da Vinci, but Holmes would just piece this together so easily. God, I'm sorry, I'm just grinning. I wish Holmes was here. Okay, so yeah, we are basically recapping. Actually, I guess this is nice, because then we can kind of refresh our memory. So, sorry, if there's something I forgot to put down, I'll throw it in and or mention. But we'll just let this go. One thing that he will get into, I'm sure, we still haven't even met up with the rebel army, or Percival. We still haven't even seen them. That's one thing that's pretty concerning. I'm sorry. I'm just not remembering. We forgot to put Gareth down. And if you're wondering who Gareth is one of the Knights of the Round Table. I don't want to say little girl, but basically a little girl that's a Knight of the Round Table. And/or was, what was it called? Not pupil, a squire to Altria. And/or has very high confidence in Altria becoming king, and was basically stalking us for a while and then joined our party. And honestly, that's all the information we can go on, to be honest. Another thing I will throw in, Gareth doesn't seem to know us, so as far as like her having knowledge of Chaldea and whatnot, it doesn't seem to be there. It seems to be like, oh, she race shifted to this, and with no memories. So basically like a normal heroic spirit, like they don't come in with memories. I am so sorry. Another person I'm just now remembering, Cooch Lancaster, we did not write down, although there isn't really much information to write down. Oh my god, I'm just not remembering. We didn't write down Pepperoncina. We didn't write them down. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm just thinking, is there more people I forgot about to write down? I'm so sorry. Oh, the stream. It's only been an hour and 30 and I'm dead. I just hope you guys watched my previous stream. That's all I'm gonna say. Or video. I'm not gonna outright lie and say there hasn't been anything happening with Pepperoncino, but there are things that we could put details down, but obviously we haven't. He's teamed up with, I guess all I could say is he teamed up with us and he's looking to take down Barrel Gut, but after this Lost Bell is done, he himself has said that he's basically gonna go back to being, oh, the enemy of Chaldea and blah 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 blah. But of course he doesn't know what's going on with the foreign gods, so it's kind of like a eh. And then I guess I can add on, he did mention something about David and trying to go to his Lost Bell as soon as he's done here or something. But then again, we don't know much about David except for that one time that we explained him. That's it, that's all I'm gonna say. Except for Cooch Lancaster, honestly I don't remember what happened. I think he took off or something happened. But whatever, let's just... I'm in agony. This has been a crazy 4th of July, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Moving along. Okay, let's just... I'm gonna die. The king is dying. I need a servant to explain all this stuff. I guess that servant is Director Gordolf. Oh boy. Damn, they didn't even mention Tristan dying. What the hell? Just blew that off. Met with Miriam, who is a BB variant, even though she says she's not, but we know that she's a BB variant because we are BB lovers and she looks like a BB and BB. And then Koyon, the foxy lady. And then that's when we saw Oberon throw shade at him, or shade at her. Yep, Gareth. And then red hair, who calls himself Lubu, who's actually Redra a bit in this Lost Belt. We still never found out Oberon's forest, the autumn forest, what that black spots are. That looks concerning that no one brought up. I thought that was interesting. Another character. I'm so sorry. Habitrot, the cute little, what we assume is a cat lady. That goes meow meow neon 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 neon. Oh, I'm gonna pass out. I'll be honest. I'm gonna pass out. We haven't talked about Habitrot. What? It's my job. I have to talk about her. I want to move on. Habitrot. Habitrot was in Sheffield, was with MASH. Honestly, everything that's happened with MASH we can apply to Habitrot. So whatever you think of MASH, apply it to Habitrot. She's been with her the entire time. She's been an ally. She's pretty cool. She goes neon neon, and she's a cat. She's a cat. The goblins that ended up dying, and then... Anyway, yep. Yep. With new drip. And then here's the monster. The Moors. With the antlers. Yep. Like we talked about. Yep. She wants to have an audience and she wants to talk. Habitrot. Holmes, please. God, I wish he was here. There's so much more detail they need to know about Oberon. Something's off with him. Ugh. I'm in agony. It's clapping. Clap, clap, clap. Alright, we were... Okay, we were almost correct in the name of what that ability was. We called it a mirror water. It's water mirror. And that's all I'm going to say. Your king was right, that's what I'm saying. I'm going on a rant. I don't care. Shut up. Well, I believe we do have information that she was getting ready or prepared to cast a spell. So this did take time. This wasn't something that was just like, oh, she just whisked away and it happened. And then she ended up making Morgan, or I mean, no, sorry, not Morgan. I don't know why I said that. She ended up creating a homunculi, right? At least I believe it's a homunculi, and it happens to be Mordred. And then the Battle of Camlan, and that's basically what happened. But then again, I'm stealing Manware's thunder. Wait, what the? I didn't know about that. Honestly, I thought, I thought, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, stream. I thought Morgan, created Mordred, or at least that's what I believed. Unless I'm just taking that from the Fate story, and this is like the actual story IRL that they are talking about. Me and where, I believe. Sorry, I just want to make sure that the volume is up. Yep. Wait, sorry. Let me reread this. Okay, Vortigern hasn't been brought up in a while. This is our first time. So one thing that we need to remember, I believe we will remember when we get to his name, the next stream, which will be on a Friday if you don't already know, at 11:30 p.m. Pacific time. Vortigern is a Fae. Got Harris, Gareth, and Agravain. Yeah, homunculus. I called it a homunculi, but close enough. Yep. God, I'm sorry. I just want to throw this out there. I went on my rant earlier. I'm going to continue the rant. If we were here, or sorry, if I was there at Morgan's altar, honestly, I would stamp my foot down and I would just be like, what happened in the year 1900s, or specifically 1990? God, I fumbled it. 1919. What happened? What happened 100 years ago? That's all I'm gonna say. I needed an answer. I feel like it's gonna clear up and just solidify so many things if we find out What happened in the year 1919? One second. Oh my god, I'm sorry, this is completely off topic. I completely forgot to increase Amore's MP. This is this is mainly information for myself. You don't have to worry about it. I'm under the assumption if I say things aloud, I will remember what it is that I said, instead of just keeping it to myself. So yes, this is mainly for me. Just a tad bit of knowledge. Only those free of sin may pass. Just a tad bit of knowledge. If you do have Merlin or you've used Merlin before, he says it in the movie and even in his noble phantasm itself in the game. When he's using his noble phantasm, he says only those free of sin may pass Avalon, or Garden of Avalon. So this is obviously tying it together. And so upon seeing this, we obviously find out that this isn't something Merlin wanted or created, because we know that he himself sealed himself away, at least through his words. He said that. Oh, sorry, forgive me. I was thinking for a second. I was like, first it's the Lion King in Jerusalem. I was beyond confused. I was like, who's the Lion King? Just in case if anyone else is confused just as me. The Lion King, he's referring to the Lost Belt, or sorry, not Lost Belt. The main story, Singularity Camelot, which was, I believe, the fifth one. The fifth Singularity Camelot. And that was when we had to fight Altria Lancer, the older version that gave up her Excalibur and told Bedivere to throw it in the lake, or Lady of the Lake, or something like that. And because she threw away Excalibur, she was no longer immortal, and she ended up taking up the weapon Rongimniad that connects heaven and earth, the towers. And upon doing that, she ascended to godhood. Basically, while she was technically human, she basically became somewhat of a god and kind of lost her feelings in a way. So that's who they're referring to when they say Lion King. I'll be okay. So, okay. I feel my voice isn't coming back. I mean, what are we gonna do if Albion shows up next? I'm drawing a blank as to who Albion. Yeah. Oh. Wait, is this new information? Right. Just to interject. Okay. I believe Albion is the dragon that Altria slayed, if I'm not wrong. I'm sorry, another thing to throw in, it's something to kind of really draw us back to the beginning and rethink. Well, I shouldn't say rethink. Basically, kind of remind us. A very big thing to remind ourselves. When it comes to lost belts, there is a start point. There is a start point, and with each lost belt, including our own world, there is a starting point. Now, if I were to use an example, if we use Earth, for example, I don't want to get too technical. We'll go through the basics, deal with it. There were dinosaurs. Let's just say that. There was Earth, there was dinosaurs, there was cavemen, then meteors struck down, dinosaurs go extinct, there are fossils underground. I'm really drawing into my memory. I don't remember that much. I believe there was cavemen, monkeys, we started evolving more and more. If we use that logic, the Earth in this game, proper human history, including the Lost Belts, the things that they have similar is that they all have the same starting point. It is only until a specific time until that starting point and where they are stay on the same frequency. There's a specific time for each lost belt, and these are different times that they'll go off track, and that thus getting its name, a lost belt. Basically something that shouldn't happen, that deviated from its normal track. It'd be like a train. Let's say there's 4 trains and we're all going to a specific point, and they all have one track. And obviously, if you know trains, they only follow one track. Let's say they start going, correct? All 4 trains start going. They start going in the same direction because the tracks lead that way. There's proper human history train. There's Lost Belt 1, 2, 3 train. Proper human history train just goes straight. Lost Belt 1, 2, 3. Those 3 just go straight. But at the halfway point, they deviate. They go to the right. The tracks just turn for some reason, thus creating the lost belt. And what I'm getting at with this is that one thing we need to remember is that these lost belts that we've gone to, specifically this one, there was a starting point. There is something that they have that we had in proper human history. And that is, we could, for example, we could say dinosaurs. And I'm going to say it the second time. What I'm getting at with this is that how did fairies come about? Why is there fairies? Do you understand what I'm saying? And it made me realize this while Gordolf was talking. I believe, let's just recap right here. But that is all it is, and I'll be honest, but one long list of fairy tales. It's been 28 days since we began the mission. If I'm being honest, I forgot what triggered my memory. But what I'm getting at is that how did this lost belt deviate so far from the norm? How, like, you understand what I'm saying? Because if we're going by history and applying it to this lost belt, I don't believe there was fairies. Even though Morgan was a fairy or half fairy or whatever, if you look at this lost belt, there's fairies everywhere. So there's information that is lost with proper human history when it comes to fairies. And of course that, well, I mean, that's all I can say. I can't say any more because we need more information. But what I'm getting at is something happened. Either the fairies were enslaved or they were just completely killed off in proper human history and the history itself was just deleted, burned, whatever. But of course, looking at this lost belt, there's fairies everywhere. So what happened? Oh, please have us stop by the border. I want homes. I want homes. Please investigate Oberon. There's something there's something going on. Something's gonna happen. I'm already in agony over losing my voice. We're gonna go see the High Queen Morgan. I'm stressed. I can't handle this. Senji, take me home. Take me to Stormborder. Senji Muramasa, take me home. Oh. Koyanskaya, please take me to Lost Belt 7. Take me home. Okay, that was scary, the audio went out. Sorry, just very quickly, after this I might restart the game. Yeah, I don't know. I might restart the game. That was weird that the audio just cut out, almost like the game was about to crash. Okay. Yeah, I might restart the game. It'd be nice for a bathroom break. Restroom break. Okay. And then okay. I will be back, 2 to 3 minutes. Restart the game, and I need to bathroom. And I need to regain my voice, although that's probably not gonna happen. Yeah, so be right back. That most definitely was not 2 minutes. I am sorry, but deal with it. Honestly, I needed this break. I really did. Alright, let's get into it. Camelot. Chapter 10. Camelot. Oh my lord, I didn't turn on my screen. There we go. Okay, you didn't miss anything. This is the start of it. We're back at Norwich, just in case if anyone forgot. One sec. Sorry about that. Are we back? We're back. Okay. Yep. Like we talked about. I'm sure he did. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I won't... No. I wouldn't say he deserves it a lot. I mean, I've seen his type around, whether that's movies or maybe in real life during my era as king. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'd say Herm in the wallet, which is what Oberon said he wanted to do before. I didn't really get into it that much because I wanted to move on and get to the story when we're in the character section. But Oberon mentioned that, oh, since Norwich didn't get destroyed, we should really hold it to Spriggan, who is the king and or mayor of Norwich, and say, hey, we deserve a reward and whatnot. So this is more or less him being like, oh, we should try and shake him for more money, basically. Yep. Make us some clothes. Thanks, Habitat. Another thing I forgot to mention, where we left off. Basically, Spriggan said that Gawain herself would come to, basically to us to escort us to the castle safely, along with some troops. So this is basically what's going to happen. So we should be escorted there. And also, just to, because I didn't show it, because we were still in the Be Right Back screen, there is no battle, so if you're expecting a battle, there probably won't be. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say there probably won't be. There isn't going to be a battle, unless there's a cutscene battle or something. Thank you for your help. For those of you wondering, she's talking about Senji Muramasa, because just in case, really quick, if you don't know, if you haven't watched our stream, which I don't know why you haven't, go watch it. I believe it's part 2. We find out about Senji Muramasa and or an assassin being sent. But basically, Senji Muramasa was sent to this Lost Belt to basically kill the king and or Tassar of the Lost Belt, who happens to be Morgan, to finally rid it, because the foreign god doesn't understand why this Lost Belt is still active, even though it's lost its Tree of Emptiness, and or why it's still in existence. So he sent, or that, not he, so she or it or whatever the foreign god is sent Senji Muramasa here. And upon arriving here, he got overwhelmed by Lancelot, who tried to throw him in the pit. So she's talking about Senji Muramasa. Yeah, you cannot kill Senji that easily. Now, my question is, like, if the foreign god Senji Muramasa inscribed divine spirits and or specific traits into Senji Muramasa to kill a god and or to have the skills of those said spirits, I wonder if upon seeing High Queen Morgan, he'll just immediately, just act upon those traits and or that order of the foreign god and immediately try to kill her no matter what. To draw an example of this, if you know who Antonio Salieri is, he is the one that killed I knew this was gonna happen. I know his name. Oh my gosh. 1 second. I have to look this up. I can't let this happen. What is it? Or not, what is it? What is his name? I have to look it up. If you know who... Okay, right. If you know who Antonio Salieri is, he is the one that, I wouldn't say assassinate, but basically murdered Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. And given that they are heroic spirits now, every time Antonio knows and or sees that Wolfgang Amadeus is in the radius or maybe is in a particular area, because of his nature for what he's known for killing Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, he has to. He has an uncontrollable will to kill him, no matter what. Whether he's a good guy or a bad guy, or whatever scenario, he has to kill him if he sees him. So I'm wondering if Senji Muramasa is going to have... I would assume no, but I'm curious if he'll have that reaction upon entering the castle and seeing Morgan. If it's just like, he'll immediately spring into action, and they'll be... no matter what. But I don't believe that's what's going to happen. A little bit of detail, if you forgot what Oxford is where, what's his name? Woodwose, the Beast, the person that we talked about that basically sees humans as, like, inferior, and, well, he's got, like, a gentleman kind of attitude, but he's still a beast on the inside, and it's mainly, the formality is mainly for Morgan herself. He's the mayor of Oxford, so that's going to be kind of interesting. I wonder if there might be a situation or whatever that might happen. Wait, I'm sorry, let me reread that. Of course. Nice. Oh my god, we already got past the river. It's a pretty big chest. fighting against the Lancer. Yep. I'm ready. I have slain gods, Altria. I have destroyed worlds. You think this is anything to me? I'm sorry, I don't mean to brag. No. Yep. I'll be honest, I mainly feel confident because we have Senji Muramasa. He's, like, he can hold... If I had to assume, he could probably hold, Gawain and Tristan on his own. But hearing that he got overpowered by Lancelot, although he wasn't killed, does bring into question. He probably could get taken down by all three. And some goddesses, yeah. Skathoch Scotty. Nope, I am pretty used to it, to be honest. Caterpillar Moors in Central Bryn. The okay. So, okay, just a small recap. We talked about the insect war. And Oberon having to deal with insects, and now Moors, there's caterpillar Moors. That's interesting. Just surprised. What's that? On it. Yep. Right on cue. Okay, this just popped into my head, and this is just a possibility. I'm not fully on board, but upon seeing that we're teaming up to take down the Moors right now, it just made me realize, oh, that's interesting. Oh, because we're using Ultria. What made me realize is that, what if we're gonna team up with Morgan? What if our very first, not our very first guess, what Chaldea and or Sherlock Holmes said about Gangrong Gimniad as a weapon, what if that actually does come true? What if we are going to actually team up with Morgan? There is that possibility. It's just the issue is that it's Barrel Gut that we're dealing with. He is the big thorn sticking out. As much as Morgan seems like the bad guy, the enormous thorn on that rose is Barrel Gut. Here, we'll use Merlin. How about that? Oh, that seems fine. Let's put him up here. Yeah, this looks nice. We'll just go with a bond kind of unit. There we go. And let's get Lancelot. We need to get her bond up wherever she's at. Right here. Girl with the mean eyebrows. And top it off. I know I'm forgetting someone. Who is it? I guess we can go with Kiara. Yep. Sucks we can't use our own Gawain, but that's whatever. Yep. Another thing I can't forget, we need to increase Karen's NP. And then Iliasville too. Archer. Oh, nice. Honestly, we don't really need it, but whatever. Same stuff. Oh yeah, oh my god, I completely forgot. I think Merlin is 30%, it's been a while. Nope, it's 20%. Let's try and get some C stars. Let's get that. No. Let's try and stack some C stars up. And then given that Gawain has MP5, this will most definitely, with the attack buffs, take this Berserker out. Yep. There we go. This is a big you know what? Let's gamble. Let's do it. We can maybe take them all three out if we can get this crit chance going. Zero creation. If we can get this crit chance to go off, I know for a fact we'll kill this Morris. It's just I don't know if Merlin will have enough damage. And then I believe... No, she doesn't. I was thinking maybe Altria has a attack buff that's built in. Might kill, or actually will kill if we get the percent off. Might kill, and then we can't really finish it. Neither did that. We didn't even kill it. Okay. Everything went wrong there. We hit all three bankrupt. Let's get the C star game. Oh wait, wrong person. Get the C stars up. Of course, if you don't know Merlin's Noble Phantasm, basically you gain HP each turn. I believe it's 1k HP each turn, although I could be wrong. If I am wrong, then it's 2k. But not only that, you get 5 C stars per turn. But if it's overcharged, I believe you get 10. Yeah, yep, you get 10. 10 C stars per turn if it's overcharged. Merlin's Noble Phantasm. It's pretty decent. Yeah, we could try it. Oh my god. He even had the buster. That was not bad. Yeah. Yep. Get the C stars and then finish up with more C stars. And then we'll have another thing. Should be good. And then we can use the skill cooldown on Merlin and just stack it on Gawain, and it should be enough. Oh yeah, this is overkill. We got it. Yep. Hero creation. The crit buff on this is so good compared to Ultra Caster's sort of selection arts. I don't think it'll be enough to kill. But the buster that we're, the arts that we're about to use should. Nope. I lied to you. Okay. Okay. Oh, there was another. Oh, there's. Okay. Just me not paying attention. New voice. I didn't realize there was 8. That's another thing. We still don't know much about Moors, really. Like, we know how they're created, but at the same time, it's like, how? Yeah. Lancelot. It has to be. She said F waiting. I'm just gonna pick him up. Tashiya, I have arrived. She seems happy about it. God damn, I fumbled my English. She seems happy about it. Avenger. Okay. Let's use her. Don't just hopping right in. I think her battle animation is still the same, but we haven't seen her in her, or actually, no, I'm sorry, I take that back. We have seen her, fight in her battle armor. No, it's fine. Yeah, let's do this. We could... Oh, we have an MP5. Yeah, we're good to go. I mean, yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah, should be fine. Should be able to take it out. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah. She's even talking. Injection. Okay, we didn't kill. I take that back. Should have gone for the bigger one. That's fine. We have the sea stars now. Yeah. Let's see. Seems fine. Let's just do it. Should be able to one-hit kill this one, and then we maybe can kill the bigger one. Then maybe we can Muda our way out of this one. I need to look at that. She keeps getting an MP up. Innocent Lake's Light. Okay. I don't think we need that, but it's fine. Alright, last time. Honestly, I take this time to ask Gawain questions now that I'm thinking about it. I'd honestly just start asking her like, oh, what do you think of the Child of Prophecy? How do you, blah, 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 you know. You go, I mean. Like a jet. So long. Oh my god. Write me an essay while you're at it. Re-educating the fairy soldiers like I'm doing with the humans. Oh wait, okay. For a second I was predicting maybe that misspell was on purpose. And the reason why I say that is because of the dialogue that I'm being given. As if I'm gonna say, did you just misspeak? But then again, rereading it, I see that she's talking about. It seems like It seems I'll need to start re-educating the fairy soldiers like I'm doing with the humans. No, I don't think it was on purpose. Julius. What a simple and plain smile. Well, thank you. Alright, so we're just gonna chop her head off while she's not looking. Are we not stopping by there? Cheesecake. You could say that. Shiro, now's your time to shine. Make us some food. Ow. Yeah, wait. God, just disgust. You. Manifested. Remember when we started talking about if your genes or power or essence is strong enough, you'll basically, I don't want to say reborn again because people aren't born, but you're basically recreated. You're brought back into the world, whether that's the same exact you or if it's you, technically you, but with no memories or anything. So this is basically what she's getting at, except that I didn't look anything like my predecessor. So she wasn't able to fully, like, become the same person that she was. I need to reread that, sorry. Endlessly spawning caterpillars. Yeah, I was gonna say, because if you remember, she just completely demolished Tristan, like, in an anger. And if you remember, she said, like, how pathetic of an end, and maybe not those exact words, but they were basically those words. She thought he was pathetic in giving his life away like that. So hearing her say this about Gawain is pretty surprising. Maybe she's talking about something else, but it is kind of creepy that she's talking about it. Especially she's taken on someone's dead name. "1,000th year," okay. What kind of curse? Seem pretty proud about it. Oh. Thanks for telling me. that song. W- Uh, what? 1 second. 1 second stream. Um, yeah, 1 minute to 2 minutes. I sure hope to God that is not what I think it is. Sorry, stream. 1 second. Okay, so as you can see, ugh, I'm in agony. There is an unplanned maintenance that I am currently waiting on information. I'm just thinking there's multiple ways we can go about this. One, uh, well, I shouldn't say multiple ways. There's two ways I could see about going about this. We can take a 10, yeah, that's fine. We could take a 10-minute break and see if there's any new information and or if the maintenance has a time period or just whatever comes out. If maintenance ends or if we kind of get a time period, we'll try something. If that doesn't work, um so like let's say that doesn't work. Um I will turn off stream, but within 15 minutes of turning off that stream, we could start our Koyanskaya polls instead of having to wait till Thursday. Because the whole point of me doing it on Thursday was so that I could have today to stream part 4 of Avalon Lefe, Lostbelt No.6. So that is two ways I think we can go about this. I'm just thinking if I can figure out a way to maybe put a timer on the screen. How would I go about this? 1 second. I think I can maybe get a timer into the be right back screen, possibly. Let's see. Hmm. Wonder if I can. 1 second. Capture. Sure. No. No. Cancel. Yep. Remove. Browser audio. Location. Video capture. Cancel. No. How would I get this on the screen? I have a clock that I can add on, but I'm not sure. Maintenance is still going. Sorry about the stream. I was not expecting this. This sucks that it happened at this time. Normally it'd be like a midday thing. And obviously we're streaming, well, technically in the morning. I was gonna say at night. Um, I guess enjoy some music. We can put that in. Uh, enjoy our intro music, at least. Be right back. Okay, I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the timer on here. This is most definitely not working. Not only that, that is not the timer. I don't know what that's about. Uh, how irritating. This is not working. How do I want to go about this? Okay. I know you don't want to hear this, but the 10 minutes will start now. Um, toward let's see, towards the end of the 10 minutes, I'll probably start another song that I haven't featured on here yet. And then I'll have to obviously update the bio, but hopefully you can hang in. Sorry, this is taking so long. I'm still waiting on info and or that'll work. We'll try it one more time, but we'll see. No, maintenance is still in progress. So yeah, 10 minutes. If I start playing music, then obviously it's going to be close. Bear with me. You know what? I'm so sorry. Something I just thought about. We could upon upon going on YouTube, we could watch the fake Grand Order 6th anniversary trailer. I could play that while we're waiting, and then uh I'm just thinking should we play Act 2 or while the video is playing, I'll have to get more information, but we'll see what happens. We can though watch fake Grand Order. We could do that. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Not my game capture. Basically recapping everything we've gone through. All the previous Lostbelt trailers and whatnot, I believe. God, I'm sorry, I have to pause it. I'm like glancing over. I will never get over this. No one talks about it, but look how godlike Tesla looks. Look at this. Your kid, like, look at it. No one talks about this. I remember even at the time, I believe this is the I want to say 4th anniversary, but I guess it would be the 5th anniversary. No one ever talked about this. Look how godlike, like, look at this. Like, look at him. He's in the center. Look at him. It looks so gnarly. I can't believe no one talked about that. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Martha's cool, but I can't believe they talked about... Ugh, you'll see if they show Martha here. which I think they will at some point.
先輩、もう一度手を握ってくださいますか?
Oh, and if you have not seen on Twitter, Fate Fate/Strange Fake did come out, and I can say it is more than worth it. There's 3 things I can say about it though. Although I should probably stop talking because I forget the video's playing.
それでも物語は進みます。今自分にできること、目の前の信頼を放棄することだけはできません。私たちには責任があるのです。人類を守る責任と生き残るための責任がどんな結果であろうと。
I'm sorry. Look at everyone lined up.
生き残るための責任が人類を守る責任と生き残る責任があるんです。人類を守る責任と
Where are we?
生き残るた
Look at everyone. I think I forgot what it was called. I think it's like battle form or something like that. Like, look at everyone. I don't think my mouse is even showing. But Akita, Pepe, Crischaria, Kadok, Ophelia, and Beryl. He doesn't even have his normal glasses on. He's got like those I don't know what you call it. If I had to, I don't know why I'm thinking of tennis. They're like tennis glasses.
ための責任がどんな結果であろうと顔を上げて進みたいとそう思うのです。そしてそう信じてくれた人が
One thing I will say,
いたのです。
this is my own opinion.
顔を上げて
My own
進みたい
opinion,
と
I'm just gonna say.
そう思う
Lost Belt 2 was my least favorite because nothing too crazy happened. Surtur was pretty cool. But one thing that I thought was a little strange and a little bit of a disappointment is I forgot the girl's name, the girl that's standing here, but I feel like something more could have been done with her. Like, she wasn't played off as like any other like normal, I shouldn't say normal person, any other like side character that we would get. Like in Lost Belt 1 we had the Wolfman, and he was kind of journeying along with us even though we were out to destroy his Lost Belt, and we had that big confrontation and we had our morals set and whatnot. And then I'm just thinking, I think Lost Belt 3 we didn't even have basically like a side character, did we? All the humans were just subjected to die at a certain age. Lost Belt 4 we had the little girl that I think is going to show up in just a second. Yeah, her. Losing her entire family because they were deemed not unworthy. They were deemed like deviant, and or like there was a problem with them, whether they didn't have a leg. It was mainly because Arjuna Alter wanted a perfect world, and he wanted to basically take away all the evils, but because of Ashia Doman kind of encouraging him to use the it's escaping my memory. I know what it's called. The Yuga cycle, to basically reset like the world itself and to go through the phases of the peaceful phase, the normal phase, the I guess you could say stressful phase, and then the destruction phase where everything starts falling apart, and just repeat that cycle constantly to the point where it would all happen within a single day. And it got so intense that it was no longer, oh, we're looking for evil, like, or we're looking to get rid of evil people. We're looking to get rid of any, like, anything that's, the word's escaping me. Anything that's not normal, whether that's like you're missing a leg or a tooth or just something so absurd and small that doesn't have anything related to evil. And so, upon being with the skull, it's her and her dad, and by the end of we find out that they lose their sorry, not there. She loses her mom. The dad doesn't want to talk about it, and of course there's photographs and whatnot. And by the end of the Lost Belt, we get like a massive bomb dropped on us, and it shows her. It shows it's basically a family picture, and what we assumed was her, the dad, and the mom. What we didn't know is that she had like 3 brothers and like 4 sisters, and it was like an entire family celebrating her birthday or something like that. So that was kind of like the big bombshell that she forgot her entire family, and she only thought she had her dad, even though her dad. It was kind of hinted that he knew there was a family, but he had forgotten it.
そしてそう信じてくれた人がいたのです。選定される世界で人々とつながる思い、覚悟と意志が私の中にも宿りました。この盾だけは離さない、離せない。この盾だけは本物の英霊ギャラハットの盾なのですから。
Against events and whatnot.
それが今一番やりたいこと、やらなくてはならないと感じたことです。私の心がこの街を守りたいと叫んでいるのです。私たちが旅立ち歩み駆け抜けた道、かけがえのない旅の思い出、すべてはきっと次の物語へとつながります。新たな出会い、そこにはどんな景色が待っているのでしょう。まだ見ぬ世界をマスターとフェイトグランドオーダー。
Not bad. Okay. Those 3 minutes. We did get an update. EN is down apparently. And that's it. So that's not much to really go on. Yeah. What did I say we were gonna do? We're gonna wait 10 minutes and then we decided to play the video. We could check again, I guess. Although I don't think it's gonna work. And then upon realizing that's not gonna work, I just realized God, we aren't gonna. Upon realization, I realized that we could just end stream and we can start our Koyanskaya polls. But then I just realized we're playing the same game, the game that's currently down. So obviously that's not gonna be possible. 7 minutes. I'm sorry, everyone. This was not planned for, and I hope this never happens in the future. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I completely forgot. Like I said before, during that reaction or whatever. 1 second. Fate/strange fake. If you are a Fate fan and you've seen previous Fates, you know what you're getting yourself into. I highly, highly encourage watching Fate/strange fake. It is most definitely worth the 55 minutes. Although if you want to get technical, I'd say like 50 minutes. There is 3 things I can say I will start off with the most basic one. If you have never seen Fate at all, if you have never seen any of the Fate series, any of them, any, um, you you will be confused out of your mind. Uh, it would be like, let's say you've never seen a, we'll use Marvel for example, because it seems like normal people and weebs know. Um, let's say you've never seen a single Marvel movie, and you go to the movie theaters and you watch Marvel's Endgame. Or is it Marvel Infinity Endgame? Whatever, Endgame. You are going to be so unbelievably confused. Sure, you'll get some details, but you're going to be lost. Like, who are these people? That's basically like what you're walking into. Um, you're going to be wondering what's the Infinity Gauntlet, stuff like that. So if you are completely new to Fate, you will be lost. I'm just going to throw that out there. The second thing. The second thing. If you are like if you know Fate and you've seen a couple, um, is there any shows that are required in order to understand and or watch this? Honestly, if you're already used to Fate, you can go into this without any knowledge of any of the prior Fates. You can go into this. If you know what a Holy Grail is, just basic Fate stuff. Um, like I mean, honestly, if you like to use an example, I'd be surprised if there was a person. If you only play Fate Grand Order and you've never seen any of the Fate series, you can go into it. You'll be fine. You'll understand what's going on. The characters will be new, but you're fine. You'll be fine. Um, there are a couple of small wink wink references, and that is like El Malloy the second. There's Flat, and then he hasn't been shown yet, but there's his brother that hasn't been shown in it yet. Um, what else? Gray is in it. Altria's shadow, or however you say it, servant, and Iskandar's robe is in it, basically referencing back to what was it? I think Phase Zero or something like that. I believe I could be wrong. Not Phase Zero. I don't know, something like that. There is tiny references. Uh, so like if you've seen I think it's El Malloy's case files, or you've seen Fate Zero, there are tiny wink winks, but do you need prior knowledge? You don't. You can go into this and you'll be fine. It's still very good. And lastly, I forgot what the third thing was, but I can say something that most definitely got me excited. Um, there is a new Jack the Ripper. It is not the Jack the Ripper from Fate Grand Order. Of course, this is spoilers. I've already spoiled it. But spoilers. Um, Jack the Ripper, Berserker, not assassin, but Berserker. But not only that, so far from what we know, it doesn't have a form, and or it doesn't know his or her own name. Because so far what we've seen, they take on forms, whether that's a physical object, like for example, it was used a watch, and or a policeman and a woman. So that's interesting. Yeah. So I remembered the third thing. The third thing, before watching this, if one thing to keep in mind, it is a 50-minute watch. That isn't the problem. The problem is that it is only one episode. There is no second episode or third episode or fourth. There isn't going to be one next week. But it is announced that it is officially confirmed they will be getting what is a season 1, and or they will, you know, like bring out the anime itself right after this episode. Um, just very quickly, just to add on to the very beginning of this third point, um, it doesn't like start in the middle of the story. This one episode that's 50 minutes is like the start of the story. It isn't something that's like, oh, here's this is what this anime is about in the middle or something. No, it starts off. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, should I not watch this but watch the very first episode when the actual season drops? No, this is the first episode. And then whenever they haven't given a release date, but whenever that season does actually start, it'll continue from this episode. So technically, this is the first episode, and then when season 1 starts, it will be the second episode. But what I'm getting at is, if how do I say this? Like, I'm kind of a technical person. If I chose to watch it, but at the time I wasn't aware that there was gonna be a season 1 because it wasn't confirmed at the time. Um, the I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Oh, it's been a long night, a long 4th of July, with no fireworks heard outside my window. Oh God, where was I? Um, well, I know where I'm at. Just how do I want to say it? Basically, I'm so sorry. I'm flabbergasted. How do I go about this? If you don't want to like hype yourself up, like I can guarantee you, if you watch this, by the end of it, you're gonna be well. I mean, well, not by the end of it. Throughout the entire thing, it was pretty hype seeing the servants, seeing the different servants. I will not spoil them. There is a couple that we don't actually get the names, so I actually can't spoil because I don't know. Um, but sorry, I had to readjust my headset. Ba, 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 ba. God, I'm drawing blanks now. I'm so sorry. God, I'm stumbling over myself. I don't know why I'm losing my train of thought. Here. I need to change screens. You can't see it, but I keep staring at a white screen. It's blinding me. Basically, you're gonna be hyped watching this, and after you're done watching the episode, you're gonna come to the realization that that was the only episode. It's like, if I had to come up with a better example, it's like, I mean, I have no idea who dislikes, if anyone, okay, for anyone and everyone, I'd be surprised if you didn't. If if you've seen Death Note, it'd be like remember the first time you watched Death Note. It'd be like going into episode 1, you're hooked. You are straight hooked on it. You're waiting for that next episode. You are hooked. But the issue is that there is no next episode. That's it. You're done. That's basically what we're contending with, what I'm getting at. When you watch this, you are going to be hyped, and then you're going to realize, oh my god, I have to wait until however long the season is going to come out. If I had to predict when it's going to come out, I would say maybe September is pretty early. I'd say October or possibly November if I had to say. October or November, I'd leave it at that. You would have to wait all that time just for episode 2 and or for the season to start. So for those of you that are thinking like, oh, should I watch the first episode? Just keep in mind we aren't gonna get episode 2 until however long. And like I said, I'd say like October or November, something like that. But with that, Fate slash Strange Fake, it was great. It was great. Watch it. For first time Fate viewers, you are gonna be confused out of your mind. Um, I can say you'll. Well, I mean, everyone's tastes are different, but I can say that you'll most definitely find it interesting. And or I'd suggest you watch previous Fates if you're getting into it first. Um, with that, I'm thinking I did not put a timer, as stupid as I am. Here, let's check. Oh, I hope this works. Oh, it's not working. Ugh. Did they say anything on Twitter? I hope. Well, ugh. Well, okay. This is my last hope. We'll give it 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Bear with me, everyone. I'm sorry. Or whoever's watching this. But then again, whoever's watching this, I guess you could skip. Um, and or you know that there's nothing going on because you could see on uh the thingamajigger, the video, if you're watching as a video. As far as streaming, I'm sorry, everyone. I am so sorry. I This is the last time. I'm giving it 2 minutes. 2 minutes. If if nothing happens in 2 minutes, sadly I will end the stream and we can possibly start our next stream, Coin and Sky Pulls. Hopefully, maybe later, possibly if this ends up taking a little longer. Oh no, it depends on what it looks like. I'd say 3 more minutes. If maintenance is still going, I'll end stream. I'll prep for client sky pulls, and hopefully maintenance doesn't take an extra hour or something like that. If it doesn't, then we'll hop back on. We'll get the polls going, and we'll have to continue our playthrough. I believe on Friday, 11:30 p.m. So 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes. I'm so sorry for this wait if anyone is waiting. And then if you're watching as a video, well, I mean, you're lucky. You see what happens. And hopefully you'll see that we'll be back on the game, but I don't know. Ugh. Agony. 3 minutes. want to hope 2 more minutes. When it hits 420, we'll restart or something. We'll do something. Okay, yeah, it doesn't. There's no new information, but it says that they're trying to fix whatever, and they don't have a time, and they'll let us know as soon as possible. Uh, I'm terribly sorry. It's been 30 minutes. For anyone that's watching, I'm sorry. For those that are watching as a video, you are probably not listening to this because you've realized that there is no end. Or sorry, no end. There is no continuation after this. It's just going to be the end. I will say this is the end of the stream. Very sad. I know we were going to confront Morgan, and obviously that did not happen. We didn't even make it to the castle. The story just ends here. As far as next stream, Friday, 11:30 p.m. We will we will be confronting Morgan this Friday, guaranteed. At 11:30 p.m. Pacific time. I will say I will be ending stream if maintenance happens to come off. Uh, a within like an hour, if it happens to come off within an hour, we will do our Koyan Skya pulls because I will have time to do I will have time to do that. And the I already explained, but I guess I could say again. The main reason why I'm doing it now is because originally it was going to be scheduled for Thursday because it came up all of a sudden, and I thought we were going to confront Morgan. Obviously, that's not going to happen. So I guess if maintenance does come up or come off, I can do Koyonskaya polls and just stream that instead. That is, if maintenance comes off, who knows? They didn't give us the time, sadly, nor the reason why they're even doing maintenance. I believe it's for bugs, but I could be wrong. But with that, uh, it's the end of the stream, sadly. But I'm devastated. I'll be honest with you. Today, I was on the verge of possibly passing out from losing my voice. It was a long 4th of July, even though it's being cut short right now. I'm sorry if I waste anyone's time, but yeah, we we can give it one last try. We could maybe try. It'd be a miracle. One last hope. Uh, no, it's not gonna work. Yeah, we're done. So Friday, we will be continuing and we will confront Morgan Friday. We will confront her. If you want to be updated, of course, as you can see, Twitter, Julius Fay. Change the screen, I guess. Stream is actually ending this time. I'm not just wasting time. You can connect with me, Julius Fay _ JULIUSFAE _ YouTube, same thing. The thing you're currently watching. How else would you be watching me? Instagram coming up at some point. New mic. You don't have to hear my, I don't know what you'd say, raspy voice. It's like, or something like that. I've actually listened to it. It sounds awful. This is nothing like what my voice sounds like. New mic will be possibly on Friday, but depending on how complicated it is to set up, which I think should be easy, maybe Friday. If not, it will be Saturday when I actually have a mic and it'll be clean audio. But yeah, that's gonna be it. If maintenance comes off, obviously I'll post on Twitter. We'll restart the stream and we'll just do polls instead. But yeah, that's it. Whoever's watching, thank you. I hope you watched the intro. And yeah, bye bye.